welcome in everyone. I got a late start today, so I'm even more unprepared than normal. Although as of late I've just been unprepared, and because I got in the shower late, my hair is still pretty wet. And I meant to do this, put it up while I was waiting to start, and then listen, today is a day. Today is a crazy day where I am unprepared. But congrats to Alex on first and Kittens on second. We're going to finish the temperature jelly and then work on the cross stitch project that I've had ready for like 2 weeks and just haven't done. I was excited. I thought we would have more other colors, but we are back to yellow. Although I think because I did not do the color chart very well, like we wound up with a lot of color in every, like there wasn't a lot of variation. Next time I have to do them by like 3s or 5s instead of a whole 10 at a time. But we just have two yellow tentacles to do and then sew it together. I felt a piece of hair somewhere, which is, not unusual, but there it is. I was going to say something, then I got distracted by the piece of hair. Oh, I made sure I added a picture of the cross stitch we're going to do. I almost said crochet. So if you do exclamation build, a picture of the cross stitch, cross stitch will pop up for a little bit so you can see what it's supposed to look like when it's finished. And I got it all open, and then I realized that I didn't re-download after I fixed some pieces in the thing, so I had to re-download it again. But that's alright, that just takes a second. In fact, I don't really have to re-download it. I just open the file and looked at the original file, not the file I put in to make it editable. Because that's where the thing went wonky. I uploaded it to Canva. I'm doing good. We are, except for my normal spaciness. I took the PDF and uploaded it into Canva to make it, to, re-download it as like an editable file. And when I did that, for some reason, it like matched 2 pages together. So instead of the last page being like the dimensions you'd need to cut and like the color, code, it like duplicated the last page of the pattern and then put that part on top of it. And I didn't realize it at first. So I went back into Canva and fixed that, but then I forgot to re-download that. So, but that doesn't take long to fix. It's just a download and an open, so. We are doing the things. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's there. Our new phones did finally come yesterday, but not till like 8, almost 8 o'clock. And then we couldn't figure out if they had because we ordered a new phone for me and my husband. So I was like, is there already a phone number connected to one of them? You know, kind of a deal. And of course, not until we really shouldn't have done the where you transfer your old phone to your new phone until we figured out like whose phone was whose. Which of course we didn't do, because why would we do that? Yeah, so we got it all transferred, and then when we were working on figuring out like the SIM card part, and then we realized we had each other's phone. Yeah. So then we had to like do a factory reset, but not erase the eSIM, and then redo all the swapping of the phones and re-downloading of apps and everything. So, but it's fixed now and they work. It's just like a lesson for next time. Oh, I forgot to bring my box of stuffing over. Yeah, so when we first started with smartphones, we signed on with a company called Republic Wireless. We paid like $30 a month, and we had X amount of data per month, and then it switched that we had unlimited data. But in like the last couple years, like they bought out by like Dish, and Dish also bought Boost, and then merged Boost and Dish together, or like Dish merged Boost and Republic Wireless together. So like this is the first time we've got new phones on Boost. Which we went to a Boost store and they're like, "Oh, actually Boost Mobile doesn't even do paid monthly plans anymore. They want everybody to do prepay, pay as you go essentially." So we couldn't even buy phones at the store. We had to come home and order them online, and doing that, like it wouldn't let us buy new phones essentially. So we had to call them, and even it was giving them problems, and finally we got them ordered. And then so they wanted eSIMs, so we had to figure out how to download an eSIM onto the phone, and it was kind of a pain in the butt all the way around. Like it would have been so much easier if it was something you could have done like at a store where they could have helped you. But why do that? Welcome in, all moms. Thank you for the I'm here. I guess I'll do one in each row. Right, and then they kept trying to get us to upgrade or, change our plan. Because some of our plan has things other people don't have because we're, grandfathered in, because they couldn't give us less than we already had. You know what I mean? So, on Boost, in order to have hotspots, you have to pay more and stuff like that. But we already had hotspots in our old contract. So they had to let us keep it. And they don't like that. They don't like that we all have hotspots and we don't pay the extra. So they kept like trying to get us to upgrade. Well, if you upgrade, you only pay $5 for the phone. But that's not entirely true, because our bill is going to go up the cost, the rest of the cost of the phone over so many months, and then it'll go back down. You're not actually giving us the phone for $5. And we're like, no, we'll just buy the phones outright. And they're like, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to take advantage of this deal? But then in the deal, you have to also up your monthly payment, not just the difference of the cost of the phone for a couple months, but like in general. And so like it seemed they were really frustrated that we weren't just gonna like swap the price of the phone, like change the price. Like, no thanks, I'm good. Yeah, like, no, I don't want to do those things. No, I was right the first time. I had it this way, and then I was like, no, that's wrong. No, it was right. But yeah, so like, we didn't want to do that, so it was kind of a mess. And I don't really want Boost Mobile to begin with, but like, they bought out, and we thought about switching to maybe like Mint Mobile or something else that's like low. But I was like, I don't know, just keep what we have, I guess. Like, it's all very frustrating. Like, I don't want to switch. I want what we've had for years. It worked. They didn't give us any trouble. We've never had any issues. Yeah, like, I'm only here for the phone. I don't want anything else. Like, prior to this too, we were buying unlocked phones off Amazon and just switching them. And we never had any issue. And we would have done the same this time, but like, looking at the reviews, a lot of people were saying like they were getting the phone and it wasn't really unlocked, or like there were issues. So we decided we'll just go to the company and buy one, and it was almost just as much trouble. And I was like, why wouldn't they want you to be on a contract? What is like the benefits? I guess think from like a company standpoint, that your customers not be on a contract, that they just be like, oh, I can drop you this month. I guess people think it's cheaper, but I mean, it's not really. Yeah, like it was. And I was like, it was frustrating too that like Boost, or they like bought and murdered these companies only to like change the way everything's done. Like, whatever. Come on, slip through. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, they're all set up now and whatnot, but it was still frustrating. Okay, then they're here. Well, how benevolent of them to fix their shit. Please don't do me any favors. Work fingers. I got on Disney Dreamlight Valley yesterday and just a little bit of the new Star Path. Not a ton. Just a little bit. I mainly got on and worked on the Olaf building thing, you know, where they're doing each of those sections. You gotta turn in so much different stuff from each section. I mainly got on and did that. Welcome in, Dusa. Thank you for the I'm here. I need to figure out when the white and pink crocodile, when they're in the village, because I need both those. It's going. I am mostly unprepared to do anything today, as I found out once I pressed go. Preparedness was not on today's docket. Bloop. I did like some of the like tasks as I was doing that, which of course I should have learned from the first two rooms meant I needed a metric shit ton of hardwood, which did I bother to continue to collect? No. Yeah, like, I mean, they can't just keep passing the buck. Like, oh, it's not the landlord's job, it's not the water company's job. Well, then whose is it? Like, is there any, like, buddy as far as, like, the village or council that you can go to and be like, whose job is it? Because technically my house is now inhabitable because I have no working bathroom and nobody wants to take responsibility. Like, we can do it medieval style, pea pot dumped out in the street if you want. Do I need more stuffing? Okay, do I need more stuffing? I feel like I do. You can only stuff it so far until you get the like little bottom on, because otherwise then the fluff gets in your way. But I mean, they have some control over like the water company. Like they can make the water company, like if it is in fact the water company's responsibility, I would think they could like get on to the water company to do what their responsibility, their due diligence. Woo! 5 streak for Dusa. Dusa. At first, that did not look like a snake. It looked spermy. It looks a little spermy. I'm not going to lie. I see the goose now. But I was like, why is that sperm running away from fire? Besides, fire is bad. I was like, oh, Dusa got a spermie. Like, you dirty girl. Yeah, that's a totally different kind of streaking. I mean, Alex tries to take her clothes off and streak, but that's a whole different thing. I was like, I have a stick around here. I found one of my pokey sticks, or rather, the children did, but either way. That's where my mind is almost all the time. Pay no attention to me. I did on my Work It Wednesday thing yesterday. I did add the book series I've been reading to the book section in the Discord. Get in the hole. This does not want to like... Usually I can get some to like pull in with it, but this just wants to be like just oh, there we go. A teeny bit at a time. Are you having what? Okay, I heard that you guys are having a heat wave. What is the temperature? Cause it's been in the 80s, low 90s here. Fuck. It's so hot. And I know some of it is that you guys don't have like central air the same way we do, so. Oh, your internal temperature? Are you having a hot flash, Alex, or are you having a fever? I don't know where my normal pen went, so we'll just use a different one. I know, I was surprised that it hasn't been hotter where we are, too. I was like, it just doesn't feel like it's as warm as it normally is. And my husband said, great, thanks. Way to ruin it. And I was like, it's true. Yeah, it's been like mid 80s to low 90s. And I feel like by now, it's hotter than Satan's ass crack. And it just keeps getting hotter. normally, but not this time. It is weird. Maybe it's global warming, which just seems to be global cooling. Yeah, I'm not complaining that it's not a good start to summer. It's just like unusual because usually, like the last couple of weeks of school, it is too hot for her to walk home, even if I wanted her to, because it'll be like the 5 minute walk home, she's like pouring. You know, like she's sweating so bad. So I pick her up, even though, but not this year. She could have walked home and it wouldn't have been that big of an issue. If the street was a little better, she could have walked home. There's no sidewalks. So you're just combating all the school traffic, which is another reason I just pick her up. But yeah, we've gotten just barely over 90. Like, just barely. Every week I do this, I'm like, is it that week? 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, Alex. Yeah, it was like 87 yesterday. And it's supposed to be like 82 today, I think. I know, that's it. Like, I jumped on getting the early season passes for the water park because I was like, by the time school lets out and it's open all the time, we can go there a bunch. But like, I don't think it's really been warm enough. Like, maybe this past Sunday it was like 95. Maybe that day. But other than that, I don't think it's really been warm enough. Like, maybe you feel warm enough when you get in the water, but like, standing in line to go on things, that wind blowing is gonna cool you. Like, you're gonna be cold. So I haven't done it. I mean, for the same reason, I was like, I just don't think it's warm enough. Give me my crochet hook. So I said it Tuesday, I think, but I think maybe you were back to work or whatever. We're gonna be in Gatlinburg for the 4th of July. I don't know how close that is to you, though. Well, we're going camping in Gatlinburg the 3rd through the 6th. No, you're in St. Louis, Mac. You're in the opposite. Because our friend's birthday is right around that time, and they contacted us about a month and a half ago, something like that, and asked if we wanted to come and like camp or do anything with them. So we're gonna be there the through the 6th, I want to say. Which really isn't that far from us either, Mac. It's like 5 hours. So this is last week's jelly. I was like, why does it seem so bright? But I think it's, nope, it's not that. I was like, maybe, like, it seems brighter in here than it normally is. I don't know. Maybe I don't really pay attention to how bright that is normally. But I think it's the screen. Because I normally have, like, right now the screens are flopped because of, I'm going to cross stitch. So, like, this is a brighter screen because everything on that one is, like, on dark mode. But who knows? I don't know.
We have always lurked among.
Woo! Lurky, worky, worky, lurkies. Thank you, Mac. I appreciate it. So, this cross stitch is like the same amount in either direction, so it doesn't really matter where we start. I think I had it so that we would start like this. I do need to re-download it, though. Download. Okay, yeah. Okay. Be right this time. It is. I need. Okay. Then I can close that. What I had fixed what was messed up in the thing, but then I forgot to re-download it. So when I opened it and had it all ready for today, it actually wasn't ready because I've got to re-download it. So the one I opened was the wrong one. I'd like opened it and I put the little dot for, you know, like the center of the thing, and then realized I in fact did not have it right. So if you do exclamation build, because it's easier than, you know, changing the wording for the thing. That's what it's supposed to look like, the dragon on the books with the flowers and the moon. Also, guys, don't forget you can do cows and have cows falling from the sky. So the company that I got the community widget through, did a thing where I guess because they thought Stream Elements was closing, there was talk of Stream Elements closing, they made their own website to support their things they were making. And then they started a thing where, like, once a month, like every 30 days, you get one widget type thing for free. Like, you only get to use it for that month. You don't have it forever. But, like, so I picked the falling cows for this month. Because, I don't know. I thought it was cute. So, that is the cross stitch we are working on. The middle, it looks like, I think that's an 8, but I don't really know. Nope, it's not an 8. It must just be that 0. Okay. It is number 154 for colors. Yeah, I guess they're not closing. They got funding from somebody. So we're gonna start with this really dark purple. So I bought these cross stitch things from Etsy. It was like over 500 kind of gothic-y cross stitch things, and one of their, like, in the review, they were complaining about that there was too much confetti in the projects and they didn't like them, and that somebody else said that it seemed like they just took pictures and put them in a program and then got a cross stitch, and I was like, that's kind of how you get cross stitch patterns. You know. But either way, I liked them, so we're just gonna go with it. And to me, it doesn't have. I mean, at least this one doesn't seem to have an excess amount of what they call confetti, which is like when there's like a couple stitches here and a couple here and a couple here, and you're like, you can't just like seamlessly connect them. Some people don't like that, but I don't think that there's like excess confetti. But also, I don't care about the confetti. I just do it. I don't know. To me, in order to get like a fair amount of like shading and stuff, there's got to be some confetti. Because how else do you like get that type of shading, you know? So it doesn't bother me too much, but apparently it really does bother some people. Okay. So I didn't even realize there was talk of them closing. I guess I don't pay attention enough. Go down, needle. really only use them for the loyalty points that I just started. And I was using them for the widget, but they have their own thing now, so I don't really use it for anything. And I'm not even. So, the whole purpose of me trying the loyalty point thing out was to see. Like, I wanted to do like an end of the month giveaway type thing, but I was like, I don't know how I really want to do it. Like, I guess in a spreadsheet or a Word document, whatever, I could keep track of like who raids me, things like that, and put all those people, and then like everybody else could spend like one channel point and add their name to the wheel like later. But I tried the loyalty point thing, and last month was kind of a test. Because I didn't start it right at the beginning of the month, so I didn't want it to count. Nope, not directly one down. But that's really all I use it for. Nope. I don't know, in my slobs, I just put the chat bubble, like the chat source, and set it to Twitch, and that's how I have chat. Like, most of my commands are through Firebot. Because I do too many, and you'll lose count. So, like, right in our little town, I feel like the coffee shop hasn't been open like a terribly long time, but it could have been open longer than I realized it. But they have taken like a car trailer type thing, like an enclosed one, I don't know, tool shed thing, and made a bookstore next to their little coffee shop. And it's supposed to open tomorrow. So I'm going to go check it out. It's called like the Sleepy Dragon or something like that. I cannot figure out how to hold this today. It's been a minute since I cross stitch, and my brain is like, how did we hold this before? I feel like it wasn't that big of a deal last time, and now my brain is like, I don't know how we did that. Also, I don't know if we'll do this for the whole stream. I I always worry that the cross stitching or crocheting isn't very entertaining. And then I'm like, should I do something else? I hate when this happens. There we go. Okay, it was 4. I mean, it's just a little tiny shop, but I'm gonna check it out and see, you know, what kind of stuff they plan on carrying. Also, I feel like there's not a good, like, well, that's better. I was like, how can I get my camera in there better for you guys to see what I'm doing with also out having the camera like right here in my face? But that works. We'll probably play Dreamlight Valley on Sunday because the new Star Path started. Um, I don't know. It'll depend on how much of it I have done on my own by Sunday. Okay, yeah. If I can figure out how I held this, that'd be fantastic, because I didn't do anything different size-wise on it. It also has these, like, holes on the end, and I wonder if I could add legs to it, you know? Or some kind of desk clamp. got a knot. Like it, oh, it did a little bit knotted around the end. I thought I left enough slack. Oh, there. Maybe it's just a matter of the way I was holding it. Sometimes I can do it one way, but not like the other way. So we'll see. Oop, nope. It's not diagonal to it. It's one extra up. So let's just do that. I think some of it is my shoulder has been bugging me, and the doctor said it's possibly the bursa sac in my shoulder. Um, from the way I described things, that's what she thought it was. So it could just be the way my shoulder is not happy, and therefore, like, holding it is kind of weird. I don't know. But maybe we'll do this for a while, and then we'll do some Dreamlight Valley. I don't know. Oop. Nope, I should have done the. Yeah, I don't know. I just always feel bad, like it's not very entertaining. I don't know. Part of me always thinks that like the stream needs to be like active, like in something that is like attention grabbing, and like a video game or whatever, like where you're watching things. But then I'm like, some days I just don't have that in me. Like I've been doing this 3 years, and well, I mean 3 years in July since my first ever stream, but I still feel like, I don't really know what I'm doing. Does that feeling ever go away? Okay, let me try this. I have like a little wrist thing. Oh, that's better. The edge of the desk is no longer like pushing up into my arm. That's a little better. I don't know. I might wind up just taking it off this scroll frame and putting it in a circle hoop. Maybe that's the deal. No, I mean, I don't expect people to like be in here like totally paying attention all the time. I know I stream in like the middle of most people's workday. I think that's what it is. I think it's that my shoulder has been like wonky, and so like trying to hold the frame this way is like irritating it. I think that's what it is. So I think I'm going to go to the end of this string and then switch out to like a circle hoop instead of this. And maybe it'll be a little lighter and my arm won't feel so funky. That'll work. Really, needle. Get back in there. It does not want to go through. Just want to keep falling back out. Miss Mau Mau is scratching at the door like she's been alone forever. There are two perfectly good children out there that can pay attention to her. Wait, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, but I don't know if this will make it the whole 5. So we shall see. Then I will take it off this and put it on a circle hoop and see if that is kinder to my shoulder. Oh, I think we are going to make it the whole 5. Cross stitch is one of those trust the process things. You're like, if this doesn't look like anything, still looks like nothing, still looks like nothing. Oh, there's some flowers, still looks like nothing. And then, like, you're almost done and you're like, oh, I see it. Welcome in, Obtuse. We are doing well today. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We have a little bit left. So we'll do this. I had this all set up to start. Unfortunately, my shoulder is not liking this scroll frame, like trying to balance it really. So we're going to take it out, take it off this, and stick it just in a regular circle frame. And hopefully that's better. Right? Like technical difficulties come in all forms. So if you guys will just bear with me. Oh. Personally, I prefer the scroll frame because I feel like I don't have to like it's easier to move. Like I don't have to undo this and then like move it. But my shoulder's not happy. So, you know, I think it'll be easier to do it this way. I was trying to be like preemptive and have it all ready so like I could just stitch on stream, but life had other plans. I honestly thought I just slept wrong on my shoulder, but then it was like a month later and it was still bugging me. Like more of an annoyance than like real pain or anything. Um just depending on like movements. And so I asked my doctor when I went last week and she was like, tell me about it some more. And I was telling her and she's like, I think it's the bursa sac in your shoulder. She's like, you're no stranger to musculoskeletal issues. You're right, ma'am. I am not. I really would not like another one. So she gave me some like exercises. She offered to send me to physical therapy, but I was like, no thanks. I'll avoid that at all costs. Those back up so they don't take the thing on a ride. There we go. And now, you know, it's a matter of and she gave me some like pain cream to rub on it. Moon-faced, welcome in. We are switching things up. I had this on a scroll frame, but my arm didn't like it, so we're just switching it to this and getting it on there. I do like this circle frame better than my other one because it has a little ridge in the middle that like clicks into the circle frame underneath of it. So it does. I feel like it doesn't just slide like the other one does. I see your hydrate, and I will do it as soon as I get this a little more situated. I don't want to tighten it too much because then I can't pull, but it has to be loose enough. Why are you trying to? I just said you don't pull so easy, slide so easily, and then there you go, making a liar out of me. I do have one that you like can tighten with a screwdriver so you can get it like super tight. They all have their like pluses and minuses. Okay, have fun, drive safe. May all your things get done and the store have everything you need. Oh, my blanket didn't completely fall to the ground. I always have a blanket because blankets are lovely. It's a heated blanket precisely, but if you do exclamation build, a little picture will pop up of like what it's supposed to look like finished. But it's a sleepy dragon on some books with some flowers and the moon in the background. Let's hope my shoulder likes this better. We finished our temperature jelly for the week already. There's one confetti stitch I missed. I should have done it there, but we'll get it another way somehow. I have an idea about how to get it. Okay. So we have... Nope, we have this U. Okay, this part. 2 stitches down. I just gotta flip it so that I can start. Oh yes, I think my shoulder's gonna like this better. It's much lighter. The first couple stitches are always wonky because I gotta hold that tail. And get it covered up with some stitches. Okay, it's 3. But welcome in, Moonfaced. I forgot to ask you the other day when you followed. Do you stream as well? I followed you back either way because I always just do that. But I like to give streamers a shout out. And I realized I forgot to ask. No Gouda, Alex. No Gouda. No feeling sick. We want 2 there, and then oops, I feel a snag. Yeah, that's an issue. Why do you keep getting trying to get a knot in your here? We go. I mean, it's pulling straight through, so I don't know why it keeps snagging trying to make a knot. Yeah, it started yesterday. It's Hercules Star Path. And I played a little last night, but I didn't play the Star Path too much, really. More like along with it in the update, the more rooms and Olaf's Emporium thing open. So I was really just doing that, and I just did a couple little ones that kind of coincided with collecting things for that. I feel like this one I feel like this one started really close to when the last one ended. And then there's gonna be like um some other kind of event starting soon too, like Disney Parks event or something like that. I read the little thingy when I was on last night, but I didn't pay attention enough to really remember what it was about. Mainly because it's in the starting soon phase, so I'm like, well, when it starts, I'll worry more about what it actually is and what I'm supposed to do. That'll do it. That'll do it. I mean, you got to connect them to work. How rude. They should just know and do it. Okay. This is how I'm going to get that little confetti we missed. We'll do it this way. Nope, only one of them. I know, I finally, like, I had been thinking it for a while that I should probably make an email address just for this, you know? And then I kept just putting it off. And while I was talking to Carrot yesterday, he was like, I made an email address and I'm switching everything over. I was like, oh, I was thinking that too. So I actually did it. So now I gotta work on switching everything to that email, though. Two more. I think this pattern only has like 10 or so colors, so um not a ton of colors, but I feel like it still is going to look really good. And I could be wrong. My brain could be saying 10. Where's my mouse? There it is. Oh no, it has 18. I don't know where I got 10 from. Pay no attention to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I guess because as I was gathering the colors, it didn't feel like a lot. Okay, where do we go from here? See, 2, 4, 6 from the second. 2. That's right. There's one diagonal. Two. Okay. I'll do that when we come back up. No knots, no knots. Try not to turn it over on you guys, but this one feels like I might need to turn it over. Usually I can kind of feel it with my fingers and fix it, but there we go. Okay, let me mark that one off so we don't. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I did 2, 3, 4. Yep. Yes, switching it to this is definitely better. So it was just kind of the weight of trying to hold the scroll frame one-handed with my shoulder being irritated. That was not working. So we are doing much better now. The question is next week, do we want to start right into another giant Lego project or do we want to do 1 or 2 small ones? I have the magnolia plant thing, leaves, I don't know. And I have the pixie and I have, I think, the flying class. Welcome in, Kevin. Thank you for the worky lurky. Much appreciated. You're having a kind of calm, cross-stitchy. We're just kind of here today. You weren't cheated out of seeing it. I haven't done it yet. It's not like I did it and didn't show you. It's still over there. You always feel cheated. Okay. That box is a behemoth of a box. Um, you think I'm building it on my off time to deprive you of the chance of me trying to fit all those tiny pieces together? I keep waffling on the car. Like, do I need a Jurassic Park Jeep? I feel like no. And then the other part of me goes, but we do because we have all the dino skeletons. So we need a Jurassic Park Jeep too. I did not do the other Jurassic Park Jeep they had where it was the one where like the T-Rex attacking the Jeep. I don't have that set. So I'm like, it's just the Jeep, and I do like to build the big vehicles. Three again. I mean, I could save that one all the way up to my stream anniversary in September, and it could be our big one. I'm not going to do that though, because I forget how many pieces it is, first of all. And it took me 14 hours to build Sanctum Sanctorium, so I'm not sure I want to save that till the end. Let's look. Lego. T-Rex. It would help if I spell it with only one R. Yeah, that's like 1,000 more pieces than Sanctum Sanctorium was. But they're small pieces, so I wonder if it would take less time. You know what I mean? Because Sanctum Sanctorium, you were building like a whole building, like enclosed and all that. But these are a lot of like smaller pieces for like ribs and stuff, so I wonder if it would take less time. Or about the same time. It is like 3.5 feet long, though. It's 41.5 inches, which 36 inches is, yeah, so it's roughly 3.5 feet. And 13 inches tall. So I don't need to put it on a top shelf because it will fit like in between the shelves, like top to bottom. So I don't need to put it on top, which is good because I feel like almost every Harry Potter set needs to go on top because they're so fucking tall with all the like the little spires and things. So it's good that I won't have to put it on top. Where am I? Okay, that's where I am. I'm talking and stitching and not paying attention to where I am in my pattern and marking the things off. And then I will get lost and confused. I feel like I picked a good color to start with. It's giving us lots of like markers, like as we add other colors to like have points of reference. Sometimes I pick one and I'm like, oh, that's just a lot of jumping. Like it doesn't give me really good points of reference. But this one seems to be doing that. We have a little bit in here to fill in when we start our next strand though. Because I didn't want to, I don't know why I didn't just go down first and then over, but it, it's done. I'm not undoing it. That being said, I'm afraid of like a little bit over here getting missed later, so let's just do this. Chained Convict, thank you for the follow. Let us know if you're a streamer as well, viewer, both. All of the above. Or as Teal says, a candle, what, a baker, candlestick maker, however that children's rhyme goes. Sorry, my brain was like, what are we talking about? We just lost the plot right there in the middle. We are inching ever closer to 500. When we hit 500, yeah, a butcher, a baker, a candlestick maker. There we go. I was like, a butcher, a caker? No, that's not right. Well, welcome in. We are, if you do exclamation point build, a little picture will pop up with, like, what it's supposed to look like when it's finished. It's a dragon sleeping on some books with, like, flowers around the books and a moon in the background. I bought this collection of Gothic-y type cross stitches off Etsy. And this was in the pack. And I love books and dragons and cookies, cheesecake, a few other things. Isn't cheesecake one of those that's tricky to bake? Like if you are off just a little bit, it like doesn't come out. I have never made cheesecake because I don't like cheesecake. I know it's a sacrilege, but I don't like cream cheese. But I bake too. I do the cookies and the brownies, pumpkin bread. I was intimidated by it until I made it, and it's not really that bad. Fair enough. I have never tried to bake it. I've seen like those no bake box cheesecakes you can do, but so you do the no bake cheesecake, Alex? Look this. I do no bake cookies sometimes. Like the kids call them energy balls. Um, it's like oatmeal or not oatmeal, but like oats and honey and like sometimes peanut, like the mini peanut butter chips or chocolate chips. Yeah, like New York cheesecake is all I really have any kind of point of reference for. I mean, we all have our preferences. I make raisin cake, but if you don't boil your raisins first before you put them in the cake, in my opinion, it's not good raisin cake. That is also just my opinion, though. Okay, make sure I'm at the right spot. Yes. And when you look up recipes like that, they're like, this is old fashioned raisin cake. And I was like, then I don't want new raisin cake. Yeah, like I have to boil my raisins first and then add them to like the cakey ingredients, that make it cake. But some recipes are like just throw them in there and I'm like, nope, 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 nope. You need to boil your raisins first. Nope. It's two away, not one away. Why are you like being all slippy all of a sudden? Cross stitch. Yeah, I just put like cinnamon and raisins and then your basic things that make it cake. And I make pumpkin bread, but it's more like pumpkin cake because it's like a cakey bread, like a dessert bread, more than like bread you'd make a sandwich with. But it is delicious. At least to me. Yep, that's correct. Okay, let's count. 1, 2. Well, I do a variety of things on stream. I craft, I crochet, I diamond dot, like diamond art, cross stitch. I build Lego and I play video games. I started out really just doing Lego. And then I added video games and then crafting. I try to keep to like Sundays for video games, Thursday is crafting, Tuesday is Lego, but also some days you just don't feel like doing whatever the normal is, and so you do something else. Occasionally, I do it on a Wednesday, and I call it like Work It Wednesday. I play the Lo-Fi Spirit City game, and I kind of do behind the scenes stuff like updating auto shout outs and things like that. Um, and then, of course, there's like, co-streaming with other people and whatnot. Uh, the first Monday of the month, I do like a Discord hang. You can come and craft or whatever, or just hang out and talk. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. Just do whatever. Come hang out. And then the third Wednesday of every month, I co-stream with Carrot Cleric, and we do whatever strikes the mood or whatever somebody tells us to do, because frankly, both of us hate deciding what to do, so it's better if somebody else just tells us what to do. And also, the third Monday of every month, I do Book After Dark, and we talk about books. All kinds of books. Authors we like, etc., etc. Really, I feel like we do whatever the spirit moves us to do in here. Because sometimes I just don't feel like doing what I'm supposed to do. Beedo, beedo, beedo. Yes, I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, I wonder if I can play Pokemon Go with my new phone. Because frankly, we go to like a lot of zoos and stuff like that, and there's always a ton of Pokestops and Pokemon at the zoos and stuff. So I've been upset that it hasn't worked on my phone. But I was wondering if it would work on the new phone. Okay, let's see if it's close enough to stretch it. Oh yeah, that's not bad. And it'll get all covered up by other colors, so. And frankly, it's probably the length that it would have been had I had to cut it and restart, so. Chained Convict, is there a name you prefer to go by? Chained or Convict or something else? Um, when somebody's addressing you? Feel like nope. It just felt like all tangly back there, but it was not. Oh, goody goody. I'll add that to my phone then. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, UPS said that our phones were supposed to come between 10:30 and 12:30 yesterday. So I rushed through shopping and made sure I was home the whole time, and they never came. And then I was like, okay, well, I have to take Fantasy to this appointment, which turned out to be nothing and not the right time. So then we came back, and we waited and we waited and we waited, and they didn't come till like 8 o'clock at night, 8:30. I was irritated. Like, why? Had you not given me a time, I probably wouldn't have cared. But it's like you gave me a time, and then you weren't here. Also, I probably wouldn't have cared, but they needed to be signed for, which meant I had to be home. Because I was not, even after like looking it up, I was not 100% sure that they would like count Boy Wonder signing for it as like acceptable. Okay, yeah, that'll work. We'll do it that way. This will be 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the check-in, Crazy. One. 3. Big Bean, welcome in. Feel free to tell us about yourself. We are having kind of a cozy, cross-stitchy stream today. I don't know if I'll do this the whole time, but maybe. Doot, doot, doot. If you do exclamation build, it'll show a picture of what this is supposed to look like when it's finished. But it is a dragon sleeping on some books with some flowers around the books, and then a moon in the background. Did it pop up? I tested it and it came up. I just don't know if I looked up in time to notice it or not. I can make the picture bigger too, but I wasn't sure. I can adjust the height and width of the picture in Fireball. We're going to have ads in a minute. They will go for 3 minutes, and then we will be back. I know it seems like a long time, but it's not really. And it gets rid of all the pre-rolls, and then we don't have ads again for an hour. They're annoying, but we can't get rid of them completely, so we just use them to the best of our abilities. If you are subbed or you have turbo, you won't get ads. I normally say I don't build during ads, but this doesn't apply because we're not building Lego right now. We're doing the cross stitch. And I feel like you don't really miss anything by me continuing to do it. Well, I'm glad that we can be your cozy spot to land. We're just kind of here today. I have this, and I was working on this this dragon for crochet, so we might pop over to that for a little bit, like depending on how my shoulder acts up. But since I switched it to this circle frame from my scroll frame, it hasn't been bugging me. So, but I do enjoy the cross stitching, and I can do it for hours on end. I do sometimes worry that then I'm not very talkative on stream, because I just kind of sit here and go up and down and up and down. But I'm glad that we could be your cozy spot to hang out and relax. And I'm sorry you're going through a bunch. I bought a crochet pattern, and it had 4 patterns. I guess I should call it a bundle. It had 4 different patterns. Oh, never mind. We're on ads. While we're in ads, though, I am going to see if I can get the Pocket Go on my phone.
All right.
And double check any notifications. No. There's a minion at my front door, not really a person. Not a stranger anyway, just a minion. Okay, let us get the Pocket Go. Oh, nope. I keep forgetting. I've got to add my pointer finger to, like, to the biometrics on my phone. Because the urge when it asks for biometrics to stick my pointer finger there versus my thumb is strong. Ooh, that downloaded like super fast too. I do love the PokeGo when we're out places. And you know you're old when you have to scroll and scroll and scroll. I can never remember who I did it under, what email address. No sound from you, phone. Nope, wrong one. Welcome back, guys. I'm just making sure I signed in correctly. Something happened. It's giving me all kinds of rewards. Okay. Now I has the PokeGo on my phone again. What was I saying? I don't even remember anymore. Oh, I bought a like a bundle of crochet patterns on Etsy, and it had 4 dragon, like baby dragons. Earth, wind, fire, water. And I've done the water and the air one, and this is the earth one. And we're mostly done with it. It's got a little bit more yet to go. But it's got, you know, little leaf tail and all kinds of leaves up here. I need to make like tree branch horn type things and some flowers that will get like sewn onto it yet. So we might switch to that for a little bit later, but I don't know yet. Either that or potentially some Dreamlight Valley, which is pretty cozy too, because the Star Path started yesterday. Um, but we'll just see how it goes. I can crochet for or crochet, well that too, but I can cross stitch for hours, but I worry that it's not very entertaining. Mostly because I get quiet because I just like focus on what I'm doing instead of like talking with chat. But it does provide a cozy atmosphere. Well, that's no Gouda. Are they changing it because they don't think it's working and that this other one will be better, or just being turds? We also have the Pokey game in here for anybody who's interested. Yeah, it can do that, definitely. And I think also the type of crocheting you're doing can add to that or take away from that. Like, I know some of the stitches for blankets are like a looser stitch, like you don't need to hold the tension so tightly. But I feel like a lot of the like amigurumi, you need a pretty like tight and consistent tension. And also some hooks have like a bigger like dowel to hold on to versus something hooks are thinner, and that can play a part in it too, depending on like how it's hurt, how your hand hurts and things like that. Oh, well, at least it's for a good reason and not just being weird. I mean, because it'd be better to change it and you get like accurate help to get rid of it than keep taking the ones you are and maybe it doesn't get rid of it, and then it has a chance to like get stronger and antibiotic resistant. Find the hole. There we go. The hand that you hold the yarn. I am not an expert by any means, but I'm trying to think how I hold the yarn. So like I don't really hold the yarn. I just kind of let it go over my finger. I'm trying to think of how I do it now. Yeah, I just kind of let it trail over my finger. I don't think I really hold it too tightly. Yeah, that's what I'm like trying to think in my head how I do it. Um cuz I mean when I start I kind of do because you have to, but like not really. Cuz even doing this, I just kind of hold it off to the side. Right? And then I just kind of hold it underneath these as I like rest my hand and in between my fingers. So then when I come around, did I get in the space correctly? Because that's gonna matter. I did. But yeah, I just kind of put it underneath, like over this finger and underneath these, and I just relax my hand, and I just kind of hold it like that. So I don't really hold the yarn. Oh yeah, I just kind of have these relaxed, like gently closed. This way I can like pull if I need to and like tighten my hold then, but like overall I feel like I just kind of just have these kind of relaxed. And you know, when you're thinking about how you do it, it's probably different than when you actually do it, but I feel like I don't really. I focus more on holding the project itself than the yarn. Because when I get going, I'm just holding the project itself and the yarn is just kind of like out of the way. But there are these rings you can get that will hold the yarn kind of for you. Like you kind of go under, over, and then they keep the yarn. And you don't really have to hold the yarn so much anymore. You just kind of keep it. This one, probably. I bump it all the time with the back of my hand, like trying to pull stuff up. So it could probably do with a wipe. I have one somewhere on my desk. It's the somewhere. I have it on my desk because of my glasses. Like to wipe my glasses. But you know what I did the other day? I cleaned my desk, which translates to I put things where my TISM will never find them again. Because I got it at the author signing. And so when I was going through the stuff, I was like, oh, that's cool. And I threw it on my desk. And then the other day, when I said I should clean up my desk, I actually cleaned up my desk and I moved things. And now I'll never find it again. But there is one in this glass case, or in this, not glass case, well, I mean, it is a glass case, but not for glasses. A screen protector case, for the screen protectors we bought yesterday that has a microfiber cloth in it. Everybody, it's gonna get a little dark. Is that better, Alex? But yeah, I bump it all the time with my hand. Like even when I have it up high, I'll be like pulling yarn and whack. Loads better. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Because I know sometimes things look different to you guys than they do to me. Like, you know, through the stream. Even with like my slobs up, like looking how it's portraying it to you guys sometimes, I think it just looks different. Or I'm so used to it looking a certain way, I don't notice. Give me the tail. But I know you guys hear me go, oop, I bumped it again. Oop, I bumped it again. Also, I don't know what I did. I had like a little cup thing. It was like a real shallow, like little dish thing, and I was throwing like all my little like cut-offs from the cross stitch in it, and I think I took it out and threw the stuff away, but then I didn't bring it back in. And now I can't remember where I put it at all. Oh, that's all right. We'll just throw the little ends down in there. You giving me just as much problem as yarn does, you piece of thread. Nothing wants to cooperate. That seems like too much. Okay, maybe it's not. Yeah, like it happens gradually and you just don't notice it. And I don't think about cleaning it. Like I probably should, but I just don't. Okay. Now where were we? I was gonna go over to this side and work my way back because this has a lot like going up. And if we went this way, then we would have to cut and like find a new place to start. So I was gonna do it the opposite. Okay, so actually we'll do it this way. We'll do this little Tetris Z here and then go up and then I can come back down. Okay, I'm going to have to. So our old phones had like more leverage in the like sound controls, I want to say. This one it seems like it has like bumps, like doot 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 instead of like a anywhere in between. And like the one bump is pretty loud. And so when I'm streaming, that one bump just is too loud for on stream. There we go. Okay. Let's finish making our little Tetris Z. Then we want to go up to okay, then we want to skip 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just one little confetti stitch, so you can kind of see this is like a book here, so you can kind of see that kind of outline-ish detail. This is like the edge of the book. Okay, and then there. I signed the kids up for the reading program through the base. They don't get to start counting their minutes till like Monday, but I signed them up because otherwise I would forget about it, you know. Um, but the local library in town has one too. I need to figure out when their sign up is. The one in town does theirs a little bit differently. The one on base, you just count your minutes and you log your minutes on this Beanstack app. Yeah, but the one in town, generally, you go there and you pick up your little summer reading program kit and they print out little booklets. And so, like, it'll be like, read a book that in a genre you haven't read before. Read a book with a red cover, you know, like different things. And then you write down the title of the book you read and something you liked about the book or what the book was about. And then you take it to them and you show them and they like stamp it. And then you win prizes based on the stamps and things like that. Like sometimes they'll get stickers, sometimes they'll get, you know, just like little prizes. And so I need to figure out where their sign up is. If nothing else, it gets them off the computer. Oh, I added that yesterday during my Work It Wednesday. It's my back end day when I do the Work It Wednesdays. I work on like kind of backgroundy stuff, like auto shout outs and like if I new t-shirts for the fourth wall, things like that. And so I added you and Slugglebert to the auto shout out. That's a good one though. A good description of what you do. I am horrible at remembering to shout people out, so everybody gets an auto shout out, and I take away Alex's job. I think she would ban my bot if she could so that it would give her more to do. But it's good because people have lives and sometimes cannot be here. Plus, it gives us all our fun sound effects. Welcome in. I hope you've been doing well. Get me. She gets to shout out the new people. Because people who only come in infrequently, I don't do an auto shout out for. It's really just for the people who are here a lot. Um, so we have kind of struck a balance. She gets to do it for people not in the auto shout out, like that I don't add because they're only here like occasionally. Plus, she gets to do other stuff. Surrybot's really the one that ruins her day because it does the auto banning and stuff. Like when people come in and they're like, I can get you more viewers at this link. Uh, she doesn't get to ban the people. That's fantastic. I figured you meant 10K. That's fantastic. That's a lot of words. Actually, let's not do that. Let's fix this one. Then skip 3. Wow, that's a crazy amount of words. Meanwhile, I'm like, I grocery shopped, did some laundry, and the children are still alive. Like, that's it. I do that with reading. It's kind of the opposite. I read other people's hyperfocus. Uh, I'll like just read and read and read and read, or like a craft, like I'll just cross stitch for hours. I don't know if it's quite productive in the same way, but I do understand the hyperfocus. Yeah. Hey, as long as it works for you, that's all that matters. One more up. What are you doing? There we go. No knot. No knot. I'm auditioning for the audiobook. Oh, in auditioning for the audiobook, one of the VAs is going to bring the book to her book club off. Ooh, that's fantastic. Gotta love when you hook new people and they like can't wait to tell others. Sorry, my brain was like the words. They mean things. Processing, processing. You passed where we currently are. Stop trying to slide right back out. Let's go. Don't stab yourself with the needle. Okay, straight down. Sorry, my brain was like, is that? No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. It should be 6 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, it's right. When things, connect, you're like, did I do that right? I have had to unpick sections because things weren't lining up. We're getting near the end of this thread, so I have to decide how I want to do it. There was a pokey, a phantom, just like a pumpkiny ghost pokey. Okay, I'll finish this one and then we'll tie it off and start a new one. So I signed up for Ko-Fi, and on there, as well as on like Fourth Wall, you can do like tiers, you know, like sub tiers, where like if people want to sub there instead of here because they don't want their money to go to Twitch or whatever, you know, that is a thing. I don't know what to give people. Like, I haven't added tiers or anything like that to either of them because I don't know what to give people as like a thank you for subbing to it. Also, then I can't give you no commercials or emotes on here, like if that's what you want. Kind of a deal. But Carrot was talking about it yesterday while we were co-streaming. He did it like 5, 10, 15, and then you get 5, 10, or 15% off in like the stores or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to believe people sub to me at all, so I think there. 3. Yes. Right, that's another thing. Like, I don't know if that would like entice people at all. Like, but I don't want to be like, yay, thanks for subbing, have a nice life. Like, I don't even know what I would do for that kind of a thing. It's kind of like, what's the other website? A lot of authors use it and stuff. But you have like sub tiers. And so like for other things it makes sense. Like if you make graphic art or you're a writer or whatever, like you can offer things like sneak peeks to the pictures, like art related to your book, or like behind the scenes like tasters, teasers. And so for like that kind of a thing, it makes sense. I don't do anything like that. Like, what am I going to offer you? Once a year on your birthday, I'll send you a tiny peen. Like, nobody needs a sneak peek to behind the curtain of my brain because that's not a place anybody needs to be. Well, it's like teasers that you wouldn't put in your newsletter or like sneak advances. So like if you were going to start selling your book on this day, they could get it 2 days earlier or a day earlier. Things like that. It's what I know other authors do, or some things, or like if they have art that goes. Patreon is the other one. It's Patreon. So they'll put stuff on their Patreon, And so, like, depending on what tier you're subbed at, you get different things. So, like, copies of, like, the artwork that goes with their book, you'll get, like, a digital copy to make, like, a phone screen or your computer wallpaper. Right, like they do things like that. Sometimes they'll do like a random code. I totally knew what you were writing. My brain was like, he means consider. um, what? Oh, they'll do like a code for a free copy of one of their older books in an ebook form or an audiobook form. You know what I mean? Like they'll do things like that, which makes sense. You have concrete things you make that are like easily handed out like that. But like I don't do any of that. So what am I going to give you, a sneak peek of what? Like I don't have anything. So like a discount to my store would be just about all I could offer really, I think. And also nobody's buying that. You know, like nobody wants that. Which it's fine because most of the things on my store are just things I wanted. I made them more for myself and figured if anybody else buys them, woohoo! Um, but I guess in theory it could be like input on things I'm going to do next, or like if I'm making a new T-shirt, like would you guys, they would be able to do like have input in on it, like not that I don't already ask you guys for your input anyway, but like that could be something. Yeah, I mean that's what some people do on their Patreon, like to depending on what tier you're subbed at. Because some people don't want to give their money to Amazon, and that's Amazon owns Twitch. So like it would be an alternate way if people wish to support me but don't want to support Amazon. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that is right. No, not. And this is a dark color, so it's hard to see to undo the knot. Right, like I already asked pretty much everybody for their input because I'm always like, I don't know what to do. Or like, what do you guys think about this? Because I don't know. Okay. I need to get rid of this knot. I thought maybe I had kind of gotten rid of it, but apparently not. What I need to figure out is of these three, which one is attached to the knot. I think it's this one. Yes. So, what you do is you snip it right there. There we go. Oh my god, Sir Fabulous Payday in the house. Whoop whoop. Payday! How have you been doing, friend? For a second, I forgot where I was in the pattern. Yeah, I don't ever see myself as being one of those giant streamers. I get freaked out when I have like 15 people in here and I'm like, oh my god, what do I do? I'm not that entertaining for 15 people to watch me at the same time. Like, realistically, would I like to make any real money at this? Sure. Because there's only so many years a row I can claim that I make no money and be in the deficit on taxes. But this past year was my first year ever having to file taxes. But it was also my only my second year of streaming. But still, that being said, like at some point, would I like to make money? Sure, but I also worry about like what that really looks like. Would I like to have a sponsor ship me craft supplies? Most definitely. I would be happy to test out almost any kind of craft supplies on my stream. Right, you might be more likely to be known because of your books or screenplays or things like that than the streaming aspect, but it would still, like, it could transfer over. A way for fans to have, like, communicate with you. Well, that is fantastic. I'm sorry about your knee. That's not fantastic, but that you've been feeling mentally well. We have actually made decent progress in like 2.5 hours. Cross stitch is very, it seems like you've done nothing. Okay, two more in this row. Yeah, cross stitch is a very, wow, I've been doing this for 5 hours and it doesn't look like I got much done. But this is pretty good progress. Don't ask me how many stitches we've done. I don't know how Carrot does it where it tells him how many stitches he's done. But whatever it is, I'm not doing that. I just have paint. Paint open so I can mark off the ones I've completed and not get lost in the pattern. Yeah, that's what I'll do. No knots. Why do you keep nodding? Okay, I've got to find a way to separate these. There we go. Pokey pokey. There we go. What do we got this? A schnom. A worm. It does look wormy, but also kind of ice. Oh, it is an ice bug type. That makes sense then. Got a piece of yarn fuzz. I have no clue, Petey. I started this today, so all of these. How many that actually is, I don't know. But I've done all of these today. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me scroll. Oh, I missed Petey saying it too. I don't actually know how many stitches I've done, Petey. I have a friend who streams regularly, and he was listening to music I recognized. I'm like, you know this band? And he's like, I really love listening to them. And they just started. I went and I got the lead singer. Said, "Oh, that's fantastic!" I would be like, "Oh my god, oh 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 my god." Yeah. But yes, Petey, I've done all these today. I don't know how many that is. I need to figure out how Carrot knows how many stitches he's done today. Like, if it's in the program and that's like you mark them off, it counts them, or what. But I just have my pattern open in, or the pattern open in Paint, and I just mark them off. But I don't know what Carrot uses to like tell exactly how many stitches he's done that day. Right? Oh, trying. I can do it just looking at the picture without crossing things off, but on stream it's harder, which is why I put the pattern in Paint. Um, I think the last one I did it without marking anything off, and it was tricky doing it on stream because I do like lose my place because I'm like trying to converse. And then I'm like, oh, I was somewhere. Give me 5 minutes while I stare at the picture and figure out where I was and where to go next. I know some people do it differently. They stay like, they pick a spot that's like 10 blocks by 10 blocks and they do all of that 10 block by 10 block before they move on. As long as I can kind of keep them relatively close and connected, I will just kind of go. And then I pick another color and I kind of do the same thing. Oh, I did mess up somewhere though. I think. Wait, let me check. Oh, it's because I didn't mark something off. See, and that's why I mark things off, because I thought I was in a row lower. Okay, now that's right. So when I do this, it will be correct. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Yep, okay, that lines up. Yeah, they sell a cloth that's pre-positioned. I've never bought that kind. I always buy just the blank kind and cut it the right size, find the center and start from there. Um and I just start and end the like I do one color at a time. There's some people who they have the magnet things and they just have the like a bunch of needles pre-threaded and they'll be like, okay, well, I'm going to do this color. Okay, well, I'm still in that 10 block spot. I'll just switch, like put the color on the magnet. Oh, dang it, I cut the wrong string. And then, pick up the next pre-threaded one and start going. And I'm like, nope, I would confuse which color is which so fast, and then it would be a big giant mess. So I just do one color at a time and I just kind of follow. This thread, though, today has wanted to knot so much, and I don't know why. It's brand new. I have done black Ada cloth before. It is interesting. You definitely have to be more careful. Like, it's easier to get lost in it. We're going to have ads in about 30 seconds, and I will run out and grab some stuff for lunch because I do need to eat. I will turn off my face cam, though, or I will switch it to rather a different screen so you guys can't see me eat real quick. Or we can take like a 15-minute break and do like the be back screen. We'll do something. Like, I'll be here, but I don't want you guys to have to listen to me eat or watch me eat. And it'll all line up perfectly because I finished this accident where I cut the wrong string. And we're about to do ads, so it'll all line up. Okay, I'm going to put you guys on be right back real quick. Okay, I'm back, but you guys, let me find the right one so you guys don't have to watch me eat. There we go. Because you guys, you don't want to see me eat. But you can look at the project. Frosty, I wonder about you sometimes. This is the one part of streaming I have not figured out is the eating. Like when you stream for like a long time, you need to eat. I've not figured it out yet. Like you just put be right back on for 15 minutes? Like a back in 15 or like snacking is one thing, but like eating. Welcome back. I hope your work day is going well. Have a little bit more of this color before we kind of get wonky and far apart. There's not much here either. I'm trying to quickly eat. A Tinkatuff? A hammer Pokemon. That's weird. Okay, let me quick take my bowl out, and I will be back. My blanket did not stay on the chair. I don't know why. I'm still tired. I took a nap, but it was only for like 20 minutes while listening to a YouTube about Tim Sweeney. I think it's one of those days where like everybody universally feels out of sorts because you're not the only one. Like I'm not tired so much as I just have like no motivation to do anything. Use this piece that I accidentally clipped the wrong string on. Okay, let's see, where was I? Here, one in. Maybe the power nap just wasn't enough. Are you having rainy weather? Is it kind of gloomy? Because when it's gloomy, it always makes me tired. Like, not actually sleepy tired, just low motivation, don't want to do anything tired. Thank you for the I'm here obtuse. No, it's a beautiful day out, but my room is partially built underground. I don't know, maybe. For me, it's usually when it's actually gloomy outside. But I mean, I guess it still could be like that. Ooh. Did you get a fair amount of response? Like enough people that said they wanted to do it? Well, that's how my stream is. I never worry about like lurkers or like the what like some people not being here because I stream in the middle of the day. Most people are at work. Like most people have to leave their house and go to work. I I do not. Oh, well, that's good. I mean, at least you got like, because I know sometimes you're like, okay, well, X amount of people say they're going to come, but you bank on like half of them not actually coming. So is it still enough? That's how I think of things, anyway. Yeah, I guess the lunar cycle could have something to do with it too. We are, after all, mostly water. Yeah, and I know the more people you typically want to have, the harder it gets because, like, you're never sure who's going to show up or who's going to show up consistently. But, 'tis his life. Life happens. Right, and I logged into, I think, a couple times, but not like played an actual lot. Um, I'm always like, the dinosaurs are gonna eat me. I don't like this. Let me cross off. Or I get too far away from where I last crossed off, and then I don't know where I am. See if we can get 3 down here and then. Well, I think some of it is one of the hubby's friends bought the game and he was like, "You should play with us," and I was like, "I don't want to," and he was like, and then he bought me the game, I should say. And I logged in and they're like, okay, just grab stuff out of things and go do stuff. And I was like, okay, but I don't actually know how to play. So I wasn't playing from like the beginning and I had like no real idea about what to do. Yeah, I was like, I don't really know what I'm doing. And they're like, well, we have all this stuff unlocked because there were mods and stuff. And I was like, so now I definitely don't know what to do. Like, what is an actual, like, thing I would start out with normally versus, like, what has been allowed to have because of the mod and stuff like that. So I should probably go back and just learn how to play the game, but another part of me is like, I don't want to. Okay, let's see. See, this is wonky. Like, if I keep going this way, I'm going to hit, like, this long stretch and then, like, a Y. But I don't know. I guess I could kind of connect it back. We'll try that. Arc. The Dino game. Dino Roar. I connect it back. It would put me right about there. Okay, so I can kind of do some up and down here. Yeah. Like, should I go back and learn how to play it? Probably. Am I going to? I don't know. Yeah, like I think some of it was just because like I didn't know how to play and I didn't know what was like something granted by a uh a mod or whatever. I just flooded their base with dodos. I kept incubating the dodo eggs and hatching them instead of eating the dodo eggs. And so I just flooded the base with dodos. I just like the dodos. I figured they did have a fair shot in real life. I could give them one in the game. Just a bunch of dodos. Yeah, I personally don't have anything against mods. They're great, but I don't like too many the first time I play a game cuz then it's I don't know, harder for me to learn because I'm like, okay, but could I do this normally or is this just because of the mod? Like the first time I play a game, I like to not do any mod. I mean, it's a little I mean, like or adjustments to the game, I should say. Because some games you can make harder or easier and things like that. So you know, like the other day with Adam, we adjusted it so things didn't need as much to progress. But that was okay because that's a game we've played a lot, and we were just trying to figure out what the update, like the things that were different with the update, or how they were made easier by the update. Yeah, like I was like, okay, I don't really know how to play this game, and so it's hard to like. I don't know. I'm weird. I also have ranch sim, but it rains too much in that fucking game for me. And I don't like that 8 pieces of lumber at a time. Why can't I just click on it and you take as much lumber as I have cut? Why does it have to be 8 at a time? That's annoying. That game is just annoying. What do you mean I have to put gas in my vehicle? I mean, I even in Satisfactory, you have to put fuel in your vehicle, but it's like going to the gas station. I'm like, why can't I just like, I don't know. I think it's just that annoys me because other parts of the game annoy me, so that's just like one more. But it rains too feckin' much in that game. Like, I get it as game developers, they don't want to turn it down anymore, but then give the individual players the ability to turn it on or off. Or adjust it further. But, like, it rains every 5 seconds in that game. It's annoying. And it's, I guess it wouldn't be that bad if it was just rain, but it's like loud rain. This is a big space we have to go across, so I'm trying to mark it off like 2 at a time. I don't know. I just went where they told me when I logged in. They're like, log in near this area, and so I did. And then somebody picked me up with their dino and carried me away. I think we're kind of between the dragon's tail and his legs, doing this kind of shaded area. But we have to go pretty far across, and I don't want to, like lose where we are. Ranch Sim rains like all the time. And that's one of the reasons I don't like that game. Mainly because of that, and why do you mean only 8 stacks of wood at a time? Just take all the cut wood I have. As much as you need to finish this house. Like, why only 8 at a time? Plus, we're driving along. Ah! We've been attacked by a bear. In Ranch Sim. I'm just out there checking my oil rig, and bam! I get attacked by a bear. Sorry, it keeps feeling like it's catching on my nail. But I can't feel a catch. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see if we're right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yay! It matches up. Gotta love when it matches up. I mean, I listen to Crazy and his group of friends play it, and I'm just like, that sounds fun, but also I don't want to be eaten by a dino. Okay, now we'll go over 3. I wish they'd have gone further with the possibility of VR in the game because I want to be able to open my door, look up, and a T-Rex just go, nope, I'm done. Not today, Satan, not today. Thanks, but no thanks. The boy child has a VR headset. I've never played it though. I've done VR like when we've gone to like those fun zones where they have them like hanging from the ceiling and you pull it down on your head. I will say I've noticed that like you get a lot of movement that you don't realize while playing it. Like that you just don't think you're like, but when you're done you're like, wow, I moved a lot. Okay, now 2 in between, and then we go up the other side. I hate when you misspell a word correctly and Word doesn't catch it, like validate and procedures instead of plans and yeah, like it should still have a line underneath of it because it doesn't make sense grammatically, or not grammatically, but like in the context of a sentence that doesn't make sense. Tarkov in VR, and people don't realize you have to rely on real skill, not crosshairs. I watch a guy, the reels he makes, or like videos of him playing some kind of, it's a war game, like Call of Duty or something, but he's flying a helicopter, and that guy does some crazy stuff, like flying the helicopter. I'm like, he's got to be a real life helicopter pilot of some sort. Either that, or he's got a massive amount of hours to be that good. Now the fun part. Connecting it over here. Okay, it looks like 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6. From right where we are. 2. 6. Trying to get a headset for my husband to do VR, but he's not interested. Wanted to hug him in VR chat because we're long distance right now. Oh, that's kind of sweet. He's like, no, thank you. No, thank you. VR makes my hubby vomitous, but he gets motion sickness, so. I was like, I put my needle there. I did, and it slid right back out. Well, I mean, even being in the car and stuff, he has to drive. He drives because he can't like see the things going by the side of his eyes, the peripheral vision. In fact, it's why he wasn't a flight engineer. He cross-trained from his computer job in the military to be a flight engineer, and he wound up getting disqualified because of the motion sickness. Yeah, it's seeing things like in his peripheral vision is what makes him sick. He was. Don't ask me what the like designation code or whatever. But he was calm, which is a lot of stuff. But he was what's the word? Brain. What's the word? Um. My brain farted. Well, he did a lot of stuff, and he wound up most of the career not doing what his actual career field was. He did secret squirrel business. Yeah, that's what I said. He does all the time. What your husband? What did he do in the military when he was in? What does your husband do? Secret squirrel business. You do that. They would have like tours where they're like, come allow your spouses and children to see what you do at work. And we'd get led down a really long hallway into, past two checkpoints. And then we'd go in a room and it'd just be turned off monitors. And they'd be like, this is where we work. That's the fridge where we put our lunches. And that's all you're allowed to know. It was, this is where I work, but you can't actually know anything we do. Okay, one less on either side. Since we have a weird just one off. Let me scroll. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Welcome in, Blade Zeus! Yeah, squirrels do work for the government. They are most definitely government secret agents. Because who's going to pay a squirrel any attention? No one. And then they can get all the spy stuff because they're squirrels and nobody pays them any attention. You've never heard somebody go, shh, we can't talk, the squirrels are listening. So, they just report back. Like rescuers down under, but squirrels instead of mice. The birds or surveillance. Listen, with robots and AI technology, I would not be surprised in the least if there were birds and stuff that were spy equipment. But welcome in, Blade Zeus. I hope you've been doing well. Okay. It keeps feeling like, oh, it is. It's ripped. The little nail thing. That's why it feels like it keeps catching. I had my doubts about these lasting as long as the other ones because when I was first trying out different brands of these nail sticker things, I tried these first and then I tried a different brand and I realized these don't get as hard as the other ones do when you cure them, and they like just rip and come off easier. Because they don't get as hard, they rip really easy. But when I saw these strawberry ones at the store, I got so excited and I just bought them. And then after I put them on, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Thank you for the I'm here, Kevin. Here's a little history lesson in the spy world. A cat had been trained to infiltrate and with a camera spy on people, but on its first and only test run, the cat went out and didn't make it because it got hit by a car. I believe that. The red ones are just fine. White squirrels would be excellent spies. 7 stream streak for Kevin. Kevin is streaking. Kevin is streaking. I've heard that the cat got run over by the car, that they using a cat as a spy. Because again, who's gonna like, ooh, we can't talk, the cat is around. Like, you know. That little cat bastard. Okay, this skein of thread is just as bad as like a skein of yarn. This one is all like messed up. It doesn't want to pull. And I made sure it was the one that was sticking out of the thing when I started. Yes, I heard of the pigeons too. Oop, I grabbed one too many. Did you know, I think it's in Louisiana, there's the first ever sea otter trained in like search and recovery, because dogs can follow the scent to the water's edge, but that's it. So they trained a sea otter to help with search and recovery, because the sea otter will go in the water, it will blow bubbles, and the bubbles will pick up particles from the air in the water, and then the otter eats the bubbles and can get a taste for like things and can figure things out. And then it would go down and find stuff and then lead like its, you know, like service dogs have like their handler. It would lead its handler to the area and then it would get treats. And it learned that it could just pick up the evidence and take it to them much faster, and then he would get treats faster. But there's his name is Splash, and he's the first ever search and rescue otter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Darwin's a dolphin. Dolphins would also make excellent reporters. They would just like report things back, because those guys are super weird. They're like the a-holes of the ocean. They boink. They poke at pufferfish because they get high off the toxins the pufferfish release. But yeah, Louisiana has their first ever search and rescue otter. Okay, do I want to keep going over in that area, or do I want to try somewhere else? Well, no, if we keep going, we can kind of make like a round and then back down. So that'll work. Nicky, snacky, and hydrate. Okay, let me get this started so it doesn't become one of those things where it like comes undone and when I try to start again. I just need to get a couple stitches in. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's also make sure I didn't miss any other ones. Second. Dusa had third. Nikki second. Hydrate judge. Okay. I have orange, the Terry's orange chocolate, but it was in like a candy bar form instead of an orange. I am highlighting that I'm taking care of my streamer. You're just highlighting your cause? I'm not sure, but also a lot of times I'm horrible with names, and I'll see the person and I'll be like, oh yeah, I do know that person. But don't ask me their name. Even 5 minutes later, don't ask me their name. Highlighting the highlights. Kevin's like, I have too many points. What can I do? I would say that the Roy Scheider looked familiar, but I was like, I'm not positive. It could look similar enough to another name, and that's why it looks familiar, or it could actually be a name I know. Listen, Jaws terrified me as a child. I was convinced that a shark was going to get me in the deep end of the pool. Even once I was old enough to understand that wasn't actually possible, my brain was like, nope, 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 it's going to get us. Don't ask me why. Yeah, like the names, don't ask me. Be like, I could tell you 20 things they played in, but don't ask me their actual name. He is not a teenager, but he has certainly hit teenager attitude. I was alive when Jaws came out. Yep, yep. Okay, so I think this is like its tail would be here and its back leg would be here, and then we're coming up like making like the hip thing so you can tell where like the leg is from the back, like separate from the back, like a definite 9 years before you're alive. Yeah, my brain deems names unimportant. We know that person. What's their name? It doesn't matter. Like when the kids were little and I would take them to playgroup, I could remember like all the little kids' names, but don't ask me their parents' names. They just became you're Timmy's mom, you're Jessica's mom. Like, like don't ask me any of their names. The kids' names I knew. And I knew, like, which kid belonged with which parent. But it was like, hey. He's being a shit. Yeah, like, whatever your name is, your kid, yeah. But, like, don't ask me the parents' names. It took me forever. And I tell people all the time, it's nothing personal. I can't remember anybody's name. Yeah, like, people's names are, like, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I imagine in that type of field, you'd have to, like, okay, they're just people. Like, you can freak out when you're not in front of them or, like, in your head, but, like, you just kind of need to go. Kevin is just loving the ability to highlight. He's found his new favorite thing. Right? Well, that's what I'm saying. You can do there's lots of things. You can change what we're doing for a short time for the rest of the stream. You can pick a game for me to play on Sunday from, the available list. Choose which set I build next. A craft stream, a mini resin kit. Right? You can never have too many books. There's no such thing as too many books, just not enough bookshelves. That's because Alex, like, never spends hers. I'm lucky to get her to spend one for the... Well, she spends one for I'm, like, first. But beyond that, we're lucky if she spends one occasionally on her own redeem. So the only way to get Alex to spend a point is 1 point every stream so she can claim first. Beyond that, she's like, ugh, you made me spend a point. It should refund you the one. Because only she can do it. Okay. Is it a knot in just one? It is. There we go. The only way I would be able to get Alex to spend her points, really, is if I said, if you spend all your points, I'll come visit you. Make first, like, 100 points. We're going to have ads in a minute. They will go for 30 minutes, and then we will be back. First to the second. She'd be like, nope, I'll take second. And then just use my one thing and save all the points. But yeah, pretty much the only way I could get Alex to spend her points is if I said, Spend your points and I'll come visit you, and then she would spend her points. It might get her to stop complaining about First, though, because she wouldn't want it anymore. Or she might just complain that now First is expensive and it's not fair. Okay, there's a couple down here we'll have to get somehow. I would do it like with the end or the beginning, but it would be hard. But that's all right. We might just have to waste some thread going down through here. That's all right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 6, 8, 9. Kevin, I think that's the feeling of the day. Everybody just is like, nope, I'm done. Something is in the air. Crazy said he thought maybe it was a full moon. Okay, this one we had already gotten. But now we have that one. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what the lunar cycle is right now, but like, I think it's the mode of the day. Everybody's like, nope, I'm done. Welcome back, everyone. But yeah, or maybe it didn't start yet. Never mind. We're not in ads yet. Not welcome back. Welcome in, Platinum. Yeah, like hiding in the bed from the. It's the mode. Today is just like, nope, I'm done. Is everybody gonna have anal glaucoma tomorrow? Like, you won't be able to see your ass coming into work? Okay, I was like, did ads come and go and I like missed it? Or like said it was too soon? It just said, no, come back. Well, welcome in, dress up. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I saw the countdown and then I was like, wait, maybe it's that weird time between like the countdown and when ads actually start? It's the mode of the day. Okay, people did get ads. Okay. I was like, did I hit that weird in between and think that I got ads and people were back or no? Well, at the end of the school year, I told the kids they couldn't just like sleep in the day away. Like, no more wait until 10 o'clock to get up. So the boy set his alarm for 8 o'clock, and now he gets up at 8 o'clock and wants to take a shower. Unfortunately, 8 o'clock is the same time I get up, so I either have to get up earlier or wait for him to get out of the shower. And this morning, I just waited for him to get out of the shower and then got in. But then, like, getting showered, dressed, all the stuff I need to do before I start stream left a very small window. So I was like running around, trying to get stuff done before I started. Which then my brain was like, nope, we're done. We don't know what we're doing anymore. Let's be unprepared. It's just like I thought maybe, because we're all in different areas. So, like, was it gloomy? And that's why one person felt, like, tired? Because when it's gloomy, I feel tired, but not the sleepy tired, like the lazy tired, where I don't really want to do anything. Yeah, you're productive whether you want to be or not. It's a forced productiveness. How dare they, Kevin? Yeah, like, when it's overcast or, like, dreary, it makes me lazy tired, not sleepy tired. But I'm just like, I just want to lay here in bed or on the couch and not actually do anything. So I was like, well, is it dreary in one of the person, like, because that would make sense for that person. But no, it's nice here too today. And I just feel like doing nothing. Oop, I moved out of frame. One, two, three, 4, and 5. That'll mark those off. Yeah, like, it's just like bleh. I call them blah days, where you're just like, nah. Get back in bed, try tomorrow, or try again tomorrow. A Dreadnought, a bite Pokemon. It looks like an angry turtle. But I feel you. Today is very like, I just don't want to. Well, we've had the last couple days have been non-rainy days, but the couple before that was rain every day, and it's supposed to rain again, like starting tomorrow or Saturday, like at some point. Just more rain. That's right, Kevin. You guilted into giving you that Pokemon. Thank you for the I'm here dress up. Yeah, like it's what I fondly call monsoon season. I live in Arkansas, and about this time every year we have like what feels like rain every day. Um, I talked about this earlier in the week. Like last year around this time, it rained so much that our raised garden beds were like sinking into the ground. We have, they're not quite the same as the Rubbermaid raised garden beds, but they're the same type, but they're a little bit bigger. And the ground was so wet and muddy that they were like just sinking in. Yeah, you scared it and you made it everything. Kevin, meet Platinum. She's another Canadian. Sorry, I always tease Kevin I'm collecting Canadians. But we get like what we call monsoon season. Like it just rains and rains and rains and rains, which is good because it gets us usually out of a drought. But then like a month later, we're back in it because it's so hot outside that, like, we're right back in it. But this year it hasn't been as hot. And every time Kevin's in here and somebody else is Canadian, I have to introduce them. Because Kevin teases that there's only 35 Canadians in Canada. So we have to get all 35 of you together. Okay, feel better or just rest and feel very blah, you know? Right? It was like the 35 Canadians. I have to do my part to introduce all the Canadians to each other. So, like, you think about, like, how many people in the world. There's tons and, like, literally billions of people in the world. And we always joked, like, the world never felt so small as when you're in the military. Because we knew the same 3 families at, like, 4 bases. It was crazy. 43 and a half now. Is the half a baby or a cow? Right? Just bring in the Canadians together. So when we were the half is you. Right? That's why I was like, what counts as a half? Is it a mini Highland cow or a bebe? But when we were here while we were in the military, we knew like 3 different families, right? Like 3 or 4 different families. When we moved to Nebraska, I feel like half the man I used to be. Is that because of age? Age is making you feel half? Kevin's the old man. And I'm off the clock. Whoop whoop. Does that mean the boy child? Is he asleep? Or have you left him with somebody else? Oh, it's 43. I'm the half a person I was too. You know, it just is. But yeah, we knew. So we were here, and then like 2 of the families we knew here were also there at one point. Like, they're just people like you'd run into the same people over and over, and you're like, the military is apparently very small. He is a boy child. He most definitely does not know what's good for him. He's like, that's it. We need no more rain. Does he have one of those giant rain gauges too, or one of the little ones? Well, because they make like little tiny ones you can like nail on your porch, and then they make like big giant ones. Like, which kind of rain gauge is it? I mean, it's probably bad either way, but one of them is definitely worse. Yeah, the smaller one. I suggested he get a bigger one. Like, it won't count if you get a bigger one. Like, it'll take longer to fill up. So this was like, had to empty the rain bucket a few times this week. There's this it was like a show documentary social experiment thing, and it was years ago, but I've been seeing it again on people commenting about it. So they took 10 boys and 10 girls, roughly the same age, between like 10 and 12, and they put them alone in a house for a week. And I say alone, there were video cameras, they were being monitored, they weren't really alone. But the social experiment was to see like how they would behave when there was no definite adult like role responsibility, somebody telling them they couldn't do things. The boys literally tore that house down to the studs. Like they were like breaking in, like busting in walls, messing up drywall, just absolute hellions. The girls in the same week made chore charts and like were there for each other and lifting each other up and all this, and they're like, and this is the difference between boys and girls. And I was like, yes and no. Yes, because boys are generally rowdier, especially at that preteen age, but also girls can act that way. But I think it's more a comment on like what's socially expected of girls. Like, chances are most girls are taught to be a certain way from a very, very young age. So leaving them alone in a situation like that, they just, well, this is what's expected of me, and they do those things. Right, like, it's not like they were given things and like food, and the girls like made meals and had chore charts and all this. And I was like, I get what they're saying, but not exactly. I think it's a more comment on how the different genders are often raised. In a lot of households, even in today's standards, boys still aren't expected to do chores or things like that beyond taking out the garbage and mowing the lawn. But girls are expected to know how to help mom grocery shop and help mom do the laundry and etc., etc., etc. So when left alone, they're like, okay, well, we'll just do this. Not to say that some girls wouldn't just rip the house apart, too. But I was like, I don't think that's an inherent thing. I think it's more a context of how they're raised. The same being said for the boys. Some of them may have wanted to do those things, but they also don't speak up. Like, even if they didn't want the house ripped up and torn apart, they weren't going to say anything to a boy that they thought could do something to them. There's the whole gentle parenting thing kills me, because most of the time it's not gentle parenting, it's permissive parenting. Whereas gentle parenting is like, I'm going to sit down and explain to you why I said no or this or that. Yeah, it's a lot more complex than nuanced than, see, boys are wild savages and girls aren't. Like, there's a lot of nuance and context and things like that within that. It's not just as simple as one or the other. Yeah, you're like, well, if I don't have to clean it up, let's do it. I was petty from a very young age. And maliciously compliant from a very young age, before they had a name for that. Like, I was more likely to just do what I know I should do, but if you start getting on to me and acting like I'm not, or that you want to tell me I have to, then it's a whole nother ballgame. Right, like, it's a lot more nuanced than they were trying to, like, make it out. Like, the people commenting on the show, they were like, see, this is boys and this is girls. But no, there's a lot more to it. Some of it is always nature versus nurture. You're always going to have that argument. But, like, there is just a lot of nuance involved in it. I'm a tomboy since I was born. could not get me in a dress or staying out of the trees dirty and outside. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it was just funny. Like, I have seen countless, like, people that didn't have anything to do with the show. They're just making, they're like a reaction video where they react to it and they're like, and this is what I think. And I'm like, I think you're making it, your explanation is like too simple. Okay, Kevin. Have a good day. Yeah, like, there's nothing wrong. Like, one gender or the other does not have to act a certain way just because they are a certain gender. But I think they were like, all these people making the reaction videos to it are making it too, like, black and white. Like, there's a lot of nuance in there. Yes, get ice cream. As a reward after work, Kevin does definitely deserve ice cream. And welcome in, Carrot. Okay, let's make sure I counted right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did count right. I like when I count correctly. So we are getting there. We have distinct, like, this is the edging of a book, and then this is like, some, more like on top of this up here there's a blue book, so this is like the edge then of that blue book. And then we start the dinosaur, like this is its tail area. Or not dinosaur, dragon. Jesus, we were talking about arc before and I got dinosaur on the brain. And then like into the back, and this is the one leg, and then this is going to be like body. And we'll have a little, as we come down, it'll kind of start to do the edge of the wing. I mean, we have a, yeah, I guess it's the wing, and then there's like little bits down here that are wing, and so we are making progress, even if it is slowly and doesn't look like much. But that is cross stitch. Five. Yes, 5. What do we got for a pokey? Oh, a young goose. It's a loitering Pokemon. He loiters. We are going camping with my mother-in-law next week. So I will not stream Thursday, but I am going to stream Wednesday to make up for it. And I might not stream that, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday either, because that's the day we're coming home. Or it might be later than usual. Like I might start later. It is like sometimes I feel like it's a craft you need to be patient for, and other times I feel like it wouldn't matter. But it is definitely one you have to sit still for. Patience in the amount of time it takes to do it, definitely. Like, you have to be willing to commit a lot of hours. Because I feel like even a small one takes a significant amount of time. I keep getting out of frame. I'm sorry, guys. It does take a lot of hours. That's understandable. I am not formally diagnosed, but I do hyperfocus, so I'm more likely to hyperfocus on doing it than not doing it. Putting it to good use. Come on, get underneath the thread. But sometimes I pick it up and I only do a little bit and then I put it right back down. Or what feels like right back down. Dang it, I did all that and the thread came out. I'll be like, nope, just don't have it in me today. Come on. I don't know if Carrot's in here, or he just popped in real quick. But if you're in here, what do you want to do? We have 2 weeks to think about it. And then not decide what to do. Straight for Carrot! Because one of us has to decide. We can go back and do another crochet cat thing. You did the shrimp and I did the donut. We can do a different one from the pack. Or we have a satisfactory 7. Your caps lock reminds me of Donut from Demon Crawler Carl. Demon Crawler Carl. Oh, Jesus, I cannot. We'll come back this way a little bit. So in the Demon Crawler Carl book, they're running through the dungeon, right? And she's like, Carl! And he's like, she yells something at him, and he goes, damn it, Donut! When you type in all caps, it makes me think you're yelling at me. And she goes, I am yelling, Carl! Plus, Carrot, if I ask you first, you can't ask me. Then I've put the decision on you. I asked you first. There we go, kind of. Try to decide which way I want to go. One, two. So this is like the top of the wing. And then these are like where, like the part that attaches to the body. It's going to be like a little shadowing of that, like an outline. How much of your project did you get done, Carrot? Open the right thing back up. Click the right tab. Eventually it'll work. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, did I not? I did. I got in a mode, and then I stopped paying attention to where the actual stitches were going. Is that like, do not do Satisfactory because I cannot join you? You let me know when you can play Satisfactory, Kevin. Probably. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I don't know. What time is it? 2:40? No, I don't have to get off yet. Okay. My brain was like, wait, what time is it? There needs to be some adulting done today. Okay, one above the middle one here. We will need to cut though, and we'll see. I think I'm going to need to cut it and then start up here and then work down. Magneton. A magnet Pokemon. Yeah, it's more like I probably need to do a load of laundries, and I run the dishwasher at night, and then when the kids get up in the morning, it's run, dried, all that. At the hubby, when he leaves for work at like 5 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, he opens the dishwasher, which gives it time to do any of that like air drying it needs to do. So when the kids get up, they empty the dishwasher, and then I just have to reload it. So the dishwasher is empty, but I do need to like put like dishes that didn't fit last night or, are used from today so far in it. Tomorrow is Fantasy's day to do the dishwasher. She has to do it once a week as part of her preparing for the real world. So Fridays she does the dishes. And starting in September, so will the boy child. He will do dishes once a week because he will be 16. As it is now, they do their own laundry and they cook a meal once a week. And plus she does dishes once a week. Well, let's see if I can connect it or if it's too far. So it would be right there. Oh, that's not too. Needle fell right back out. Tonight is the boys' night to cook, though. I wonder if he remembered. It does involve kind of being in the kitchen when he's cooking, though. For assistance or an emergency. Okay. Here we go. The neighbors have a pool, though, and you can hear the kids outside playing and splashing and all that. So it must be warm enough for them to get in the pool. Either that or they just don't care whether about being cold. Ooh, what did we get from the bongo cat? A duplicate. A duplicate. I do think it's funny that it says duplicate instead of duplicate. We are cross-stitching. If you do exclamation point build, it will bring up, oh, I gotta fix your intro. I need to just do an audio recording. Brace your balls. Brace your balls. It's that little dragon on the books. It's what it's supposed to look like when it's finished. Except for, obviously, I didn't do mine on black. Yeah, I just need an audio recording of you going, brace your balls, brace your balls. Right? I'm just saying, get on it, Wargaming. I've been trying to do crafts on Thursdays and Lego on Tuesdays because I am enjoying doing the crafts. So that's what I've been trying to do. It's just recently I kind of switched. This is like a long strip, and I'm trying not to lose count. So I'm trying to do 2 and then mark it off 2 and then mark it off in hopes that I don't lose my place. Yeah. Yeah, as long as they're consent, you can brace anybody's balls. Anybody's balls will do. Thank you. I consider it just being very good at following directions. I'm just following the steps on the screen. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I lost count. 1, 2, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's right. Okay. I consider it as the same as Lego. I'm just very good at following direction. I don't alter anything. I just pick a pattern and then follow it. But I appreciate that you think I'm very talented. I think that's more of a, like, how I see myself versus how somebody else. I did not. Now I have to look it up. No. I want to, like, I belong to a Discord where they share, like, new releases and stuff, but I think sometimes I just swipe it away and I don't always look at it. Oh my god! I cannot afford that! I want it! Also, where the fuck would I put it? I'm gonna have to start saving all my pennies now. I do want it. Oh, it's so pretty. Okay, guys. This is it. But look how pretty inside. Oh, you know there's a lot of Harry Potter pieces in there. Right? Like, oh, it's just so expensive, but it's so pretty. I'm not super big into the Lord of the Rings. I like the Hobbits, not necessarily the whole thing. So I kind of want, like, the Shire one and Rivendell. But I don't know if I want them bad enough to actually buy them. But yeah. So much. Oh, it's only half a building, too. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not real. I like when they're a full building. I'm not always crazy about, like, the half buildings, and that's why I don't have either of the Disney castles, because I didn't like that they were half buildings. Like, I wanted the whole thing. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I kind of want it, but I don't know. I know I need to get on. So that same Discord I belong to also tells you, like, they have a list of, like, when everything's retiring. And I need to really figure out what's retiring and what I absolutely want before. Because there's some stuff retiring in, like, June or July. And then a bunch at the end of the year. So I need to, like, I have to get these before other things because they're retiring. Did you hear the rumor that a Ministry of Magic set is going to be the September set for Harry Potter? They're like big back to Harry Potter. I did enter the giveaway. Wrong one. For, like, the chance to win all the Lord of the Rings set. Yeah, I heard a rumor. So am I. I want it. I need it. It's a need, a visceral need. Just maybe not before there's sets that are retiring. that it's going to be a Ministry of Magic set. Hopefully better than the Ministry of Magic that was released before with those two tiny and the connecty piece. I have it, don't get me wrong. But, like, I just want more from the Ministry of Magic set. All the little rooms in it were cool, but, like, as far as, like, a building, it wasn't really a building. I want Azkaban. Yeah, like, I liked it, but it needed to be better. It was not fantastic. Okay, Blazeus, have a wonderful weekend. But yeah, I want Azkaban. I would be ecstatic for an Azkaban prison. I feel I feel like it could be you could do a lot with the set. I want an Azkaban prison. Are your tiny people enjoying their summer vacation? Oh, 2 more weeks. Oh, they go longer. So then they start later too. Yeah, they have been out of school. This is like their second week out of school. And because the boy child does his school online, they do this whole thing where, like, as long as they've done their STAR test, their Atlas test, and they have above an 80, they don't have to take a final or a midterm, whichever it is. So he really hasn't done anything since, like, the middle of May. And then she had Memorial Day off, and then went, like, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then she was done. Yeah, they start like the 13th of August, like right in that week. Yeah, they start mid-August. I remember when I went to school, we would start like the Wednesday before Labor Day. So we would go to school for like 3 days, have Labor Day off, and then start like they gave you those 3 days to like settle back into being in school. And then like the next week was like your first real week of school. Woohoo! So our closest Lego store right now is 3 hours away, but this summer they're opening one like 45 minutes, like a half an hour to 45 minutes from my house, and I'm very excited. Pocketbook is not excited, but I am. Oh, I'm so jealous. We used to have one really close. When we lived in Virginia, there was one like 10, 15 minutes from our house. It was really nice. But here, not so much. Okay, where do I want to go? I guess I can do the 1, 2 right here. And then I just grab more string. Oh my god, you're like have all of them bloop 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 close. Anytime we go to visit a place, I'm like, how close is the nearest Lego store to there? Is there a Lego store there? Because if so, you have to go to it. Yeah, the other one was the first Lego store in Arkansas. Slash the only Lego store in Arkansas. Um, so now we're getting another one. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't realize that they generally put them that close to each other. I feel like it's one of those things where kind of like an American Girl store, like they're just every once in a while. Yeah. Maybe that's why you have so many like bloop 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 because it's near the headquarters. Okay. Oh, let me mark off those two I did so I don't confuse myself. Maybe it'd be better to go back down here and come up. Okay, so we have this here. Yeah, because they're smaller states up there, so that also kind of makes sense. Yeah, smaller states, everything is on top of each other no matter what. 4, 5, 6 up from this one. 2, 3, 4, 6. Yes, that's right. Yeah, whether they mean for it to be close or not, it geographically has to be close. More. So I just finished the Bridge Over Water Lilies on Tuesday. It's right over there. Waiting for the hubby to hang it up. He recently hung all my Lego art ones up on the wall. So we need to get this one hung up too. We're going to have ads in a minute. They will be the last ads for the stream because I'm going to get off a little before 4 so the ads don't run again. But you know the deal, guys. They go for 3 minutes and then we're back and then we're good for another hour. Okay. One, two, and then 1, 2, 3. Work, mouse. Ooh, that one's nice. Heart. I have the magnolia. I don't know to call it flowers or stems or whatever it is. Um, but I have that one to do. Come on. Nope. Is it just a knot in the... Must be. Yeah. I don't know to call them flowers or whatever, but the magnolias, I got it at Sam's Club on sale. So, like, not just at Sam's Club so it was cheaper, but, like, on sale at Sam's Club. So, it was pretty cheap. Um, so that was one of the reasons I got it. We gotta make an L. Okay, so I was trying to remember this weird fact I learned this morning. It's weird and cool. So you know that thing there where they say give them an inch and they'll take a mile? That is not actually the original reference or saying. It was give them an inch they'll take an L. Like ELL, because a cubit is like from your elbow to your outstretched fingers, and the L is like this. If you give them an inch, they'll take the whole thing, is really what it meant. Because L referred to arm way back then, like it was arm. Because of a cubit. That's how I've always wondered what a cubit is, and that's why this is an elbow, because it's the bend in the L. Elbow. I heard it today on one of those like weird history, places I like. They give me all kinds of weird facts as if I don't already have a million weird facts in my head. I can always use another one. And it's the same, like, blood is thicker than water is not the actual saying. It's like, chosen, what it really is supposed to essentially say is like, chosen blood is thicker than familial blood, is what the original quote actually means. Now I have to look it up. Reach. What is the original? Put fingers on right keys. Yeah! The original phrase is simply blood is thicker than a contrary popular internet myth. The phrase has never been. Oh, it says it's not. But I know I heard from like a historian person that there's like an actual. Ranch Pesto, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was wonderful. Ranch Pesto is another person in the Crafty Collective. She is fantastic, and she makes like shawls and stuff. She crochets shawls, and the like. I cannot sweaters. I can't do that. But yeah, like the original phrase is supposed to be something like that is supposed to be stronger. We have a watchhog. Watchhog? You don't really like it? Broomstick lace. It sounds like it would be like a very fine detailed thing. But welcome in. We are cross stitching, and we have been for like the last, I don't know, many hours since like 12:30. We've been doing this, and although it does not look like we got a lot done, this is a lot of progress for cross stitch. But welcome in. If you need to raid and run, I completely understand. I know usually by the time we're done streaming, we're literally done. We'd like to go do something else. So if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, I completely understand. If you want to stay and hang out, that is fantastic as well. Yeah, I always like, cross stitch is one of those things where like you can do it for hours and it looks like you've barely done anything. But I feel like this is a significant amount. I couldn't tell you how many stitches because I don't have like a thing that counts the stitches. But this is a bunch for cross stitch. It if you do exclamation build, a picture will show up, and that's what it's supposed to look like when it's finished. Except, obviously, I didn't do mine on black Aida cloth. But welcome in. Feel free to share links for yourself. Tell us about your stream. Or just raid and run. I did have this on a scroll frame, but my shoulder's been bugging me, and it really didn't like trying to hold up the scroll frame with one arm. So I took it off there and put it on the simple circle frame. Almost 2 years. Thank you. Yes, I completely understand. Have a wonderful day. relax after being on for a while. Yeah, they're coming off. So they're like little stickers that you then put in a like a UV thing and they cure. And they're supposed to get hard. But when I was first trying out different brands, I tried this brand and I found that it didn't get as hard as other brand as this other brand I like. And so therefore they rip easy or they crack, and that's what this one did. But I got so excited in the store that they were strawberries that I bought them without paying attention to what brand it is. And so these probably won't stay on past today, but they've been on for about a week. Let me reach over here real quick. Where is it? Right here. This is the brand I usually do, and I bought these to go on after this one, so they'll be like clouds and smiley faces. But this brand gets real hard like acrylic nails, but they still come off easily. Like you put a little bit of like nail polish remover underneath and it eats the glue and they come off without really damaging your nails. Your nails are chipping. Yeah, like I have a problem that my nails break really easy. So I started putting these on to help me grow them longer. As you can see, it does not always work. Like this one broke. But I had stopped wearing them for a little bit and that's what, like a bunch of them broke. And then I grew them out long enough to start putting these on again without making them too hard to like file and stuff. And right when I was getting ready, this one cracked. So I like did a whole set. It cracked like really low down in the nail bed. And I was able to put on like 2 pairs. Like, and I wear them for about 2 weeks each. So about a month. To get it to grow out a little bit. So at least this way when it did break, it was like above the thing and not like deep in my nail bed where it would have bled. Yeah, that's another reason I bite my nails. Like, even if I don't like bite them, like rip them off, I will like stick them in my mouth and bite down on them because I used to bite my nails all the time. So I started trying to do like stuff like this to like minimize that. But yeah, so I just, they're like stickers. You put them on, press them real good, then stick them underneath the lamp and they get hard. Like I said, this brand was Dashing Diva or something like that. They don't get as hard as this Ohora brand. But I was just so excited because they were strawberries and so adorable that I bought them and I didn't even think about it. But there's another brand called like Heyday or something like that where you put them on and you're supposed to be able to like cure them in the sun. This Ohora brand started making press-on nails. Give me 1 second. But they just started making press-on nails, this brand. I have never tried the press-on one, so I can't speak to them, but they just started making them. They're curved gel press-on nails. 15 sizes and 30 tips, and they're supposed to be 14-day waterproof, beginner-friendly is what they say. Let me see if I can get just the press-ons up. There we go. I know there's a bunch of different brands. I found this Dashing Diva. I like them. They're pretty, lots of very colorful, cool designs, but I find they don't get as hard, and therefore they like split or chip faster than the other ones. Get link. This is the link to the press-on ones from this brand. Dress Up. Like, I don't know if they already have, like, glue on the back, so you don't need to use, like, the other glue, or what. Like I said, I've never tried them, so I'm not, you know. Let me pick one and see if it'll, like, tell me. Right? Like, they're short, and they have short oval and medium oval, so that you can, like, pick your length. So it says, obviously, select your size, then prep your nail beds, then apply and dry for 3 minutes their stuff, and then you press the nail on. So you could probably reuse them over and over because that you just glue them on essentially with their glue. So you could continue to use them over and over. Stronghold without harsh glue. It's like a primer, and so like you put on this. I don't. Like I said, I've never used them, so I can't like truly speak to them. But because these are as long as my actual nails are the length underneath. But yeah, wargaming. Let me. I want to try other ones, but I don't want to just try them in case they're not very good. So if somebody else says, "Yeah, I like them, they work well," then I'll give other ones a shot. Generally, they're not too bad of a price. Like I usually pay about between like $12 and $16, but you get enough to do your set twice. So it's really like half that price. So anywhere between $6 and $8 a time to do your nails isn't too bad. It's a lot cheaper than going to the salon anyway. I do have to make sure I press the like cuticle part really well so that they don't like lift and I get like hair stuck under. But I imagine that would be like any of them, even like press on nails. You would have to make sure you get that edge really well so that it doesn't get stuff stuck underneath them. I'm hoping I can finish the color in this area, that I've been doing before we end. Fingers crossed. I get easily distracted though. But that's why I do this stuff on stream, because I don't actually mind being distracted. And if not, I'll just do it after stream. It's not that big of a deal. But I want to finish this color before I like stop. Even if it's after stream. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, if I go up and then back down, and then, okay, that'll work. Yeah, what started it was my daughter got this brand, this Dashing Diva brand, does a kind that you don't have to cure. It's just kind of like you brush it on your nail and you know, use a nail file to whatever, rub off the excess. And then you have like, you didn't have to paint your nails. Essentially, that's what it is nail polish. Um, but I was like, I would like one that would protect my nail and help grow it. So I found these. I do like them. They have a ton of different designs. I have a bunch of like leftovers where I couldn't do a whole set of it again. So I'm gonna do it where like, I don't know, I'm gonna let Stream pick which ones and we'll just have a mismatch of nails for a week or two. Does it have maybe more pieces or like there's got to be something about it that constitutes the difference in price? I mean, besides inflation. Because, like, literally everything costs more now. What do we got? A Reller, a rolling Pokemon. It does. It looks like a cake pop without the stick. Again. Doesn't it? It looks like a cake pop without the stick. And something weird on the back end, like a little scary kid is about to pop around the corner. Hmm. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, inflation has made everything cost more, but I would assume. So, only slightly more pieces. I should not have done this way, but that's alright. It's done now. I should have just went back instead of did the half, did the back and forth stitches. Well, that isn't too bad. It's only $10. It's not like $50 or $100, so that's not too bad. It is a little weird, but maybe it has some like specialty pieces or something. I have the Great Hall there, and then I have the main one, the main tower over there to do. It's just not done yet. Um, I did Bridge Over Water Lilies because it was my Mother's Day gift, so I did that one next. Alex wants me to do the giant T-Rex next after, because I just finished that one this week. I usually try to do a little set in between the bigger ones, that way I don't get burnt out. But I am looking forward to the dino. I also said I could just keep the dino till September for my affiliate anniversary thing. Or maybe for when we hit 500. We are inching ever closer to 500. But I also have the Twilight house to do. And I've got like the Pixie and those Magnolias. One, two, three. It should be 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. It is! Woohoo! I made the pieces go where they were supposed to. Or the stitches, rather, not pieces. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Woohoo! I like when I get to a spot and, like, things line up where they're supposed to. Everything's right. Yeah, I have some good ones. I think I also have... I keep forgetting if I have the flying set to do or if I kept looking at it. Because they're like all piled up over there from like moving things around to get the new shelving in. So I need to go through them again and like reorganize them so I actually remember everything I have. But yeah, I try to do a small set in between the big sets to like, you know, not to have burnout where you're like everything is taking multiple streams to finish. Two, three. I don't know if it's a good way to do it or not, but I felt it kept me from getting like the slog of it's always taking so long to finish. So then like it's like, oh, I finished, and then do another big one, and then oop, I finished, and then plus cost. Then you're buying some cheaper sets to do in between. Open link. Oh, that's very cute. I don't have any of the Star Wars, but that's because I'm not a Star Wars person. I don't personally have anything against them, but I am already obsessed with so many different Legos. I don't need to start a new, a new branch. I did see that they came out with another Stitch set. I am mildly obsessed with the Stitch sets and Groot. Wow, those are old and worth a fair amount of dollars. I don't know if I could ever just give my Lego away. I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm poor. I need to sell it. Yes, I have the Stitch Brickhead and then the Stitch and Angel bigger sets. I need to get the Angel Brickhead. But they made another one. Let me see if I can get a link for it. Mouse, where did you go? I keep losing my mouse in the paint. Yeah, like I'm like, some of that is worth money, like sell it. I know that sounds like capitalistic and everything, but like sometimes you need the income it would produce. So, um, copy. It's Stitch and his guitar in the lay, like the hula skirt, the leaf hula skirt with the little doll. He makes he's a plumber, makes tons of money. It Scrump. It's Stitch and Scrump. I My brother-in-law, my husband's middle brother, is like that. He's a pilot and he's not married. He's got a girlfriend, but like he's single. He maxes out his 401 contribution in like 10 months and still has 2 months left of the year. He um he makes heaps of money too. And because he flies free, he's always just like, I have a couple days off. I'm gonna, I don't know, go to Ireland for a couple days. And we're like, okay. I mean, he went to college and accrued a lot of debt to be able to do it. So I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, more power to him. I'm happy for him, but it's always just kind of one of those shake your head moments. You're like, okay, okay. Do I have enough to do the other two? I think so. I know we told the kids, like, if you don't want to go to college, that's fine. You can go to a trade school instead. Like, but you have to get something. Like, you have to be able to do something. I think we moved away from the trades a lot as like telling your kids the only way to make any money was to go to college. And now we have a lot of people with a college degree and no job, or a job that doesn't have anything to do with their college degree, and mountains of debt for it. Like, if you don't want to go, that's fine. Go to trade school. There's plenty of trades. Garbage men make an insane amount of money. Okay, on my desk somewhere is a needle threader. There we go. Yeah, don't go without a plan. You don't have to have a nailed down concrete plan, but you need to have some kind of plan. Otherwise, you're changing your mind left and right and having to do more courses because what you changed it to, you need other things. Yeah, like if you're not going to be able to get a job in the end, don't bother getting the debt. Okay, normally I try to leave them all pretty skeins, but this one, it like had a meltdown right from the get go. Like it didn't want to be correct. When I was thinking about going to college, I was gonna go to become um what's the word? An accountant because people always need help with their money. Right, like help with their money or work in payroll, all those are accountant jobs. But that's what I wanted to go for. It was like some people maybe it oh well, that's not very exciting. No, but there's always a need for them. See, this is I don't know what's going on here, but it does not like it's like when yarn gets stupid and makes a big knot. I don't think I've ever had a skein do this before of this embroidery floss. I'm trying to like find an end so I can have something to pull. Haha! Got it! Okay, now let's make it pretty again. Or at least close to pretty. That, and I tell people all the time, like, you do not have to go to the expensive 4 year college right off the bat. You can get your prerequisites and general ed stuff at your local cheap state university and then transfer. Right? I like numbers. Numbers are the same every time you add them up. Right? Like, I like numbers. I'm good with numbers. Okay, we are somewhat back together. We may not be like store perfect, but we no longer have a giant knot that I'm fighting in it. So we're gonna call that good. Yeah, like it might not be the most glamorous or exciting job ever, but there you're always gonna need some, an accountant of some kind, and therefore, the job market will be there, and it's numbers, not people. Okay. I want to do this. Whoa, I did it already, but I didn't mark it off. Then I go ahead and confuse myself. Okay, that's. Yeah. So it's this row and then two down. So there. Either that or get a job with the state or the government in some way because like your state government, it's hard to get fired after that probation period. The jobs may not be glamorous or exciting, but it's going to be a steady income. Was it Mike Rowe? Squirrel trainer? Yeah. You don't want to be a squirrel trainer. That's a government job, probably the squirrel spies. A government squirrel spy trainer. Um, what was I saying? Oh, Mike Rowe has a foundation geared towards helping kids get a job, whatever, training as like a blue collar kind of job, like because welders are in need and all that kind of stuff. Farriers for horses, like those are the people who like shoe the horses and stuff. Trade jobs. I mean, blacksmiths are still a thing. Glass blowers, all that kind of. You're like, oh, those things, people don't think about those things, but somebody's making glassware. So our neighbor rescued a baby raccoon out of the attic at his house, and I so wanted to go over there and be like, come here, little baby raccoon. Meet your mommy. I'll take you home and love you a long time. But I don't think the rest of the family would go for that. I'm your mommy now. Come with me. I'll protect you. Fox and the Hound. I'm like, oh, I do love a baby raccoon. Could you imagine that? Like somebody's gonna come to your house. You're like, okay, you're not scared of raccoons, are you? Why? Oh, cause I have one. What? Like you need to call an exterminator? The pet guy? No. He's my pet. I've raised him from a baby. How do you feel about raccoon? I'm not sure how Noodles would feel about a raccoon. Be like, Noodles, meet your new brother. His name is Bob. But they say raccoons are almost trying to domesticate themselves. There are some that have shorter noses, almost like a cat and whatnot, instead of like pulled out nose. That they are almost like trying to domesticate themselves. Ooh, we have just a couple more stitches, and then we finish this whole color on this page. I should point that out on this page. I did it! I finished what I wanted to. Oh, are you one confetti outlier? Damn it, there's one over here I missed. That's right, we'll do it later when there's more around it and then I can tuck the ends underneath other things. Otherwise, doing one stitch is kind of like, unless you're going to knot it on itself, it's not a good idea. I was doing so well trying not to miss any, but I needed to start like over here and then go there. Oh, well, one out of all of them is not bad. And just in time to find a raid target. So, this is what we got accomplished today. If I turn it correctly. Which is a fair amount for cross stitch. And I think it was a good color to pick to start with because you have a lot of like markers for other things. It wasn't a lot of confetti. Oh, Tay. Save. Let us. Well, we need to find somebody new today. So let's go to stream ending, raid channel. If any of you have a person you like but that I might not follow, feel free to suggest them. Let's see if by doing the Crafty Collective we can find anybody. Ooh, what's this? Oh, Floating Bento, but we are following them already. Keep going back to this one, but then I keep they don't speak English. This guy is forging a small fire poker, which I'm interested, like blacksmithing, like what we were talking about. Let's see. Oh, now it says that he's offline. I guess it's good I clicked on him first. There's quite a bit of people on doing like 3D printing. I think this guy's making kitchen cabinets. Like woodworking, doing kitchen cabinets. This person says it's National Cheez-It Day. And then games. That person's not English. Not English. This person's introvert crochet stream. Stir Frog. Crotcheting Kitty. I have to. I just love the name. Okay, so let's do... Well, first let's make sure they can take a raid. They can. So, shout out for Crotcheting Kitty. Right? I love the name. Crotcheting Kitty instead of Crocheting Kitty. Although I'm not sure it's supposed to be Crotcheting Kitty, but that's how I'm going to say it every time. Crotcheting Kitty. Because it's hilarious. But thank you all for coming and hanging out. We will be back Sunday. I don't know if I'm going to play Lego Harry Potter again or if I'm going to do Disney Dreamlight Valley. It really depends on how far I get in the star path between now and Sunday. But we will be back Sunday. And then next week, I have to fix my schedule for next week because we're going camping. So it's going to be different, than what it normally is. But I know I'm going to stream Wednesday instead of Thursday, but I'm not sure about how the following Sunday is going to go.